Hello. Proper. What's a pot friend? Let's have at it. Yeah, you got a choice. The easy way or the hard way. Well, yeah. You know, it takes me to get through an episode of the show takes me roughly 5 hours. You know, I'm not going at an amazing speed here. Considering that an episode's like 43 minutes. Not even 43 minutes. I don't know what I'll watch next though. Probably whatever random things on Aichi. No. Forgot to turn on Anki. I held down shift so it didn't turn on the add-ons. Yeah, well, you know, it's not perfect. Text is very difficult to get the 100% nuances of language. But yes, saying still the same show sounds a little more hostile than is it the same show? But who knows? I ain't no English expert. Yeah, that's true, you did. Shibai. I never know if I should be like translating this out loud. Like I'm translating for myself in my head. Probably makes it look crazy, like, oh shit, what's this guy doing? He's just sitting here quietly. Feels like it's too much work to translate all the time. Oh yeah, 不知道. 不知道。
可能我们还是他变了，我也不知道。
Ben lie, Ben lie, Ben lie, Ben lie。
可能我们本来就是
西相这个
现在这个样子，只是
是西相。
之间渐渐。
I don't even know what they're talking about. Like, I forgot since yesterday what this conversation was even about. It wasn't a very interesting conversation. I feel like the work drama in this show is a lot more boring than the other drama. Well, yeah, but I mean, it was like only yesterday that I was watching this, you know? Like, I have to pull in, and whenever I pull in, I have to go and find where I stopped off. And then I go and change, like, I've forgotten, like, half the time, but I have to change it to Let's Learn Chinese Day 17. But, like, this time, I was like, is this really where I left off? Usually I remember where I leave off. I wonder what this... I assume this means the same exact thing as Ben Lai. Like, this should also mean, like, an origin of some sort. Or maybe it's more like the core of something. Element. Element makes sense. I mean, it's not bad to rewatch an episode or anything like that. It's just... I'm of two minds. On one hand, you need to keep practicing the same thing over and over again. Like, you know, with the MP3 player I have, I listen to the first show I watched here over and over again. And, you know, I have Anki set up, so I see the same words that I saw there over and over again. But also, you need to, like, keep expanding what you're watching. Plus, I think an element of, like, repetition... I don't know why I'm looking at this again. I think an element of repetition... Or, not repetition... the plugin I'm using is called, Yomi-chan. It exists on both Firefox and Google Chrome as an add-on. It's versatile enough. Originally, it's intended for Japanese, and I know Japanese, so I mean, I used to use it for Japanese. But you can use dictionaries that are capable of working for any... I guess it depends on the type of file, because usually this uses like a very specific kind of Japanese Chinese character oriented dictionary file type. But there probably exists lots of different dictionaries for it. And you can use any dictionary you want. So if I switch this over to Japanese mode, it has like profile settings, so I can switch to Japanese whenever I want. So if I do switch to Japanese, you know, Arawa, well, that wouldn't really be the better reading. The better reading was Suyu. But yeah, it's very versatile. Mist. Or I guess that's not mist, that's more like, yeah, I mean, the thing about this, since, like, this makes it easier to, like, these are obviously not hard-coded subtitles, like, it's not part of the video, it's, like, separated out in some title, but I can't, like, naturally, I can't, like, mouse over this. Like, I can't, what's it? I can't click and... What do you call that? I can't copy-paste. But the program is able to work with that. Gimpong. It's funny how many of these words exist in Japanese, too. Chiko. Jiko bakuro roll. Like, most of these words exist in Japanese too. But yeah, no. It makes it much easier because I don't need to go and pull out like a subtitle file or anything like that. I can just like see these words. So it's quite useful. I'd recommend it, especially if you're learning a language that requires you to look at, like, if I was learning Korean, it wouldn't be a big issue because Korean, you know, it's very easy to just type the word you see. But I can't just naturally type if I don't even know how to like read this. I've never used LingQ before. I guess it also depends on if you find media that has like hard-coded subtitles, it wouldn't work naturally. But usually it's works fine for most things. I mean, it would work fine for like YouTube. You didn't join late. I started like 10 minutes ago. The doc file is just like a grammar cheat sheet I made myself. I went to, before I started learning, like for 3 days, I went to some website called Chinese Grammar Dictionary, something like that. Oh, Chinese Grammar Wiki. I went to this website, I looked at all their grammar points things, read it over, summarized it for myself into this. So I just took all the things there and put it in this. So if I come across a word in here that like nah right here would be my Chinese grammar list thing I put here. I go and it'll be here, means a thing close to the speaker, or that. You know, that thing that's close to the speaker. So I just summarized it in a way that makes sense for me. I mean, I did the same thing for Japanese. Back when I learned Japanese. I wonder if I have Japanese. I haven't changed this whatsoever. I don't have Japanese in here. But I did one for Japanese too. I'm told that this is a very nice. I mean, I guess I could also say it's very nice because I've read through it myself. But yeah, it's I mean, it's free. It's a wiki. You can see their grammar points. But more importantly, you know, if you make this cheat sheet for yourself, whenever you come across a word that's like a grammatical word, you can just come in here, nah. Oh, well, I don't know what that means. And look up here and like, oh yeah, nah. I'm personally of the mind that learning languages should be free if you need it to be. You shouldn't be required to do anything with money if you don't want to. When you get wenti. If you're learning Japanese, I could probably give you the same thing of this, but in Japanese. Also, this is a Chinese to Chinese dictionary I have here, but you can obviously find like an English to Chinese dictionary for looking things up. Xing 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 Li. What is that? It's not like body power, is it? It's more like determination of will, I'm guessing. I guess also this is called Baidu, which is just the most popular search engine in China. I'm using it because... Yeah, I mean, from what... I haven't looked at much HSK stuff, but from what I looked at, the vocabulary for HSK3 is like, what, 1,000 words? And this I guess I've watched multiple TV shows, but right now I'm sitting at roughly 5,426, not roughly, exactly 5,426 of the words that are in this dictionary I'm using. I guess the dictionary's name is right here. With that Mengdiang Guoyu Xidiang, which I think is like a national dictionary in China, like a very highly reputable dictionary. So, at that amount of vocab, you definitely cannot watch a TV show with only 1,000 words. Like in order to watch a TV show, you're gonna need to know, and I mean like watching a TV show and not having to feel the need to like look up every moment, every second. You're probably gonna have to know like maybe 8,000 words. I'm guessing. That's specifically for Chinese, but it's roughly the same for all languages. So, I mean, really, it comes down to it is you can get really good at the grammar and you can say like simple sentences and stuff like that. But if you ever like get into a normal conversation with someone, they're always going to use words that are much rarer than those kind of stuff. So, if at all possible, you want to like,
曾经历过的。
oh, thanks for the follow. If at all possible, you want to use. I just heard something in my background. If at all possible, you want to learn as many words early on as possible, because that'll end up ultimately being a big limiter for you, is the amount of words you know. Because you can get really good at the grammar and things like that, but if you don't know enough words, you'll find it difficult to make it through TV shows or talking to people or things like that. You know, doing the math here. Can I see a calculator if I pull it up? No, I can't. If you need to know roughly 8,000 words and you have. I see, Genshin Impact is very popular now, isn't it? I don't really play that many video games, too busy learning languages, but if you need roughly 8,000 words and you have 365 days in a year, that's like 20 words a day. So if you're not learning, with my Anki, I have it set up where I learn like 30 words a day. This is quote unquote learning. I wouldn't say I know the words that well, but you need to at least like know of the words to learn the words at some point. You need to have like heard the word before. So you wouldn't. And I mean, the thing is that like if this was Spanish, I could learn like easily 60 words in Spanish without even thinking about it. Although my family speaks Spanish. B-roll. I mean, I guess I can pull up the Anki stats, but earlier today I studied 530 cards for 35.39 minutes. You can do it throughout the day. You can, it doesn't really matter when, but Anki is really good for learning to read Chinese or Japanese in particular. Like, it's amazing at doing that. I can read this shit very easily, and I've only been learning for like 16 days.
比如说啊，
你自己往床不想要孩子. So yeah, you may think that like getting the grammar correctly or understanding what someone's saying to you fast or translating fast in your head or things like that. No, I didn't. Well, I guess in Unity technically I studied Spanish, but I already knew Spanish, so I just studied it as like it was a mandatory course. I've never actually. Oh yeah, I did go to university. 自己往床不想要孩子. But yeah, no, ultimately, if you want to see yourself like speaking like fluently, like close, not necessarily close to a native speaker, but being able to get yourself across conversantly, you're going to need to know quite a lot of words. That'll be like your bigger limiter than like learning the grammar and things of that sort, because you can learn to get your meaning across very well in like a relatively short time span, like maybe 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. Depends on the language, depends on how hard you're working. You can definitely, well, I mean, you get a lot better the more you practice. If you speak a lot, you can communicate much better. If you were speaking Chinese every day, or like for hours every day, like if you can get yourself a Chinese wife, you'll get really good at Chinese, speaking Chinese. But learning words is probably going to be your biggest hard limiter. So it's something that you should like set upon early
自己
to
完全不想要孩子，
get a decent amount so that you can do better. Shouwei. I wonder what Shouwei is because it's not like weekend. Is it work week? It's not even week whatsoever. It's like a district. Oh yeah. No, I understand. I had a Japanese girlfriend for a while too. And it was very well like talking to her and whatnot. But if you don't, you also have to like force yourself to like use new words if you want to like get better at using new words. But I wouldn't worry too much about like using the same 30 words. As long as well, it's not like it's nearly impossible, especially if they only speak that language. Like, no, there would be no other way for you to not communicate with them. It's just you also have to like keep in mind that you might. Well, my Japanese girlfriend didn't speak English; she only spoke Japanese. So I like there was no other way I could communicate to her. But I mean, I guess it depends on that particular person, and I see. I mean, if they end up like naturally trying to, you have to work it out with them. Because if you can't like find a way to tell them like, oh yeah, speak to me in Chinese for this amount of time or whatever, then obviously they're just gonna do what's easiest for them and for you, which is speaking in the language that's easier for either of you two.
周围所有的人都在。
都在逼你。But yeah, no, I mean that's something you have to work out with them. I can't. You can't force them if they don't want to do it, and you have to put yourself in their shoes. They don't necessarily want to be your teacher for so many hours in the day. Also, if like they want, if their English is not good and they want to learn English and they're really dead set on learning English or German or whatever country you're from, you know, sometimes you have to say like, oh well, it's more important that they're better at this language than I'm better at that language. So it's also good to have like friends to talk to.
你有
If you can find like people to play video games with online, that would be really great. Depends on the friend group. Some people are interested in bringing in someone that's terrible at the language. I guess it all depends on how good you already are. But if I was in like if I was not Twitch streaming exactly right now, but if I was like someone who's dead set on learning how to like speak to people, if I was dead set on like practicing speaking Chinese, what I'd probably do to start off with is just like go on to Chinese Twitch streamers or whatever the Chinese equivalent to Twitch is and just typing to people. Because as far as I know, pretty much all like Twitch streamers who have like 0 viewers are very interested in talking to people. I mean, there is really you have to be like a somewhat lonely individual. I guess you don't necessarily have to be that lonely, but you need to like want to talk to people to be a Twitch streamer. So they'll definitely like oh, I see. Makes sense. It's funny because I didn't put like Chinese. I put China in my. But yeah, if you can find someone who's like has very low amount of. No, Germany's a fairly large country. It's got like what 126,000 people, maybe more. I don't remember off the top of my head. 83. Oh, that's like the same size as like Vietnam. Same size as Turkey. I thought there were more Germans. Maybe Austria combined. Austria is so little people.
有信心能扛住吗？信能扛，完全不想要孩子，但是周围所有的人都在逼你，你有信心？
I mean, I would assume this means like carry of some sort. Well, I guess that means like with two hands, something heavy.
信能扛住吗？能吧？那你有？
Something I'm gonna have to work on. See, cause like I'm not good at Chinese yet. I can't like translate what these sentences are easily in my head while also talking to people at the same time. It's difficult. 信心。那你有信心？
那你有信心他也？
他也替。At least I feel like when I first started, I was like tired all the time when watching this stuff. Like it was much harder on my brain. But now it's like it's gotten to a point where it's not so difficult on me. It's a lot less mental effort, mental energy. It's weird that they always say stuff like they say like their title after their name. And I still don't quite understand whenever you put something like this, not stopping. Like, would this conceptually mean like bigger and bigger? 有份问箱。
有份文件需要你。
需要您想一下 See? Oh, it definitely would not mean infinity. Infinity would be like Yongyuan. Or I guess not necessarily infinity, that's like forever. Yeah, I realize. I mean, I've seen enough shows that realize that that's how they address each other. It's just weird to me. Like, you know, they call each other teacher or president or boss or, you know, sister, brother. I guess it makes it easier to understand, though, like their relationship to each other. But yeah, no, this would probably be like not necessarily eternity, but for forever, like a long time. I guess this also Yongju would mean the same exact thing. But it's not necessarily important to figure out what these words mean in English. As long as I generally know what the sentence is trying to get across in meaning. Also, like, you could very easily just look up the words I'm looking right now and, like, tell me what the definition is. You don't have to guess yourself. It's really more for me. See, I'm guessing myself. Knock, knock. 敲门就进来了。
怎么不敲门就进来啊？
Yeah, it is quite. You gotta knock before you enter places. It's common courtesy. 没空没人说话呢吗？
话呢吗？出去。
出去。Yeah, get the hell out of here. Knock next time. Well, I think the thing is it's not like people don't exactly realize that, like, when you look at the definition, I mean, I can look at the definition of any of these words. Ren is probably like a very easy word. If I go and like define this in English, ren is probably gonna mean like person, right? But that doesn't necessarily keep in mind what the actual meaning of a word is, because the meanings of words is contextual. Like I'd say it's like, if you go and ask someone what does gonna mean, you probably tell them like, oh, it means going to, but that doesn't mean that like you can say the phrase gonna the store, you know. So gonna does not exactly mean going to. Gonna means something different. Gonna means gonna, even though it's like meaning is related to going to, it's similar. It doesn't like work in the same exact sense. So the definition of every word that you see, I mean, obviously, you know, I have a sense of like noun. I don't even know what you call this. I mean, it's not an adjective. Noun. These are nouns. So I mean, you can obviously like categorize, and you can like get a sense of what different things mean based off of, you know, their relation to the other words in the sentence. You got to like figure out how the word works in sentences, in language. I don't know if the example of gonna going to makes sense to you guys. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like, you know, I could say like do here. Do here means all, but that doesn't really get you, it doesn't tell you the sense of like how you use do. Like in Chinese, and you know, I've talked to many Chinese people or Taiwanese where they make this sense where they say like, "Oh, I like all," or no, I like all of them. When in English you'd say like, "Oh, I like both of them." Because the way the language works for them is that they don't have like the word both in the same way. So it's kind of important to like get an understanding of how the words work within the language itself. You can't just like plainly define it. That's why it's not really, I don't need to see what these words are defined in English. I just need to see how they're used in Chinese. You know, I just need to get like a general sense of what the meaning of the sentences that I'm seeing here are trying to get across. And I get the meaning based off the context I see. You know, I'm seeing what they're saying. That lady, she entered that room there, and she didn't knock. You know, she asked, "Oh, can you see these reports? I have some reports for you." And then, you know, the other lady said like, "Oh, you didn't knock. Get out of here." Buchi的。
了不起的呀！
倚老卖老。The only way you're ever going to gain your skill to an added degree is like by seeing the language used correctly, seeing what native speakers say when they want to like get across this specific meaning. Damn rude old men. Or like in this sentence I'm seeing right here, I contextually understand that she's going up to this place to order food. You know, I'm seeing like eBay. She's asking for one drink. Meishi. Meishi's I guess is how she's saying like for here, don't add any ice. So she wants a Meishi. Bu jia bing. Or no water. Or is this ice or water? It's ice. I don't know why I'm mistaking ice and water. No, my job does not relate this whatsoever. What's that called? System administrator. But I mean, in a future point, I'm going to make products that people can buy. You know, I'm going to start a business that you guys can go and get products to help you with your language stuff. So at a future point. Yeah, no, I work with the servers that companies use in order to keep like a database on all of the property that they own. Essentially, the company I work for buys up property within the United States, and they have like an algorithm set up in order to make sure that the value of the property that they buy like increases the prices for like the aggregate price for all the property that they own. How it is shouting. Free. I mean, I'd have to think about pricing models and things of that sort. I mean, I can give you this Chinese grammar right now for free if you want like that. I also think that you don't necessarily need to buy any products for yourself right now. You can teach yourself Chinese if you're really interested. Also, like I would first focus on English. Like I spend my free time teaching people English, not necessarily teaching English speakers Chinese. Nice. What kind of software have you made? No, yeah, I realize. No, the core audience that I'm hoping to meet is not necessarily English speakers. And not everyone has the kind of mindset of like, take it upon yourself, me and you talk. Why do they always say this in Chinese? They always say like, me then you talk. Like, I never say this in English. I don't say like, I talk first, then you talk. But why, like, all the time they feel the need to like say this? 我昨天那个抢女友。Oh, you're moving to, or actually, you might be Austrian. Well, I mean, I understand what the general sentiment they're trying to get across by saying, like, I, then you talk. It's just like, I don't say that in English. Like, if I were to say that in English, it would sound like I'm being overly hostile. Like, I talk first, then you can talk. You know? It's just something I don't say. 我昨天那个抢女友。发朋友状。这样子我跟你说。See, like, he's saying it again. 我跟你说. Like, is it really that necessary to say this all the time? Are Chinese people known for interrupting each other so much? It's more like I'm talking with you. I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense too. It's just like, to me, it feels like it's not necessary to say. Like, obviously, you know, this word gen, do an action with someone after they do something, is like how I listed it here. So, I talk with you makes like a more sense. It's just like I wouldn't say that necessarily. Like, I mean, if that's the meaning that it's saying, it's still kind of like weird, right? Like, I wouldn't say that. 这样子我跟你说，能不能小心点啊？ I guess I have it backwards because, you know, I was thinking in my head, it's like I speak first, then you follow. But it's more like you speak first, then I follow. Or I'm talking with you. So I have like the order of speaking wrong.
点儿啊！
That's all it took for this guy to fall in love.
干嘛？
Young eye.
我有
Oh, yo, you gone. Something I really should do more though is like study the grammar more in my free time. A lot of these words that like I put on here as a list of grammar words, I don't have like a very full understanding of how exactly they work. I have like a less complete understanding. And it's okay at like a very early stage, but it's something that, you know, you'd have to like focus on in order to make sure that you get it exactly right.
有预感，这
这是绝对是深爱。Really true love?
次绝对是真爱。冒。不得一点风险。
真爱啊。
哎呀，那不得。
表示表示表示表示。
表示表示。明白。
明白。
这几天。
这几天咖啡我请。
咖啡我请。
我整。Me personally, no. Well, I mean, I live with 3 babies. I mean, how easily annoyed can you be if you live with 3 babies? 小姐姐，一个人。
一个人。
我想请你。
我想请
他想请你喝咖啡。
他想请你喝咖啡。
This is a common way of asking people out in China.
你们
I am not in Asia. No, I live in Texas. 你们是楼上。楼上 is... It's not workplace, is it? Or is it worker? No, that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, I live in Texas. I've lived in Texas for the last 10, 11 years. 所住的楼上以上。
你们是楼上电影公司。
I don't know. People like to talk bad about Texas, but like Texas is not really that bad a place. Texas has a much worse reputation than it actually is here. Where am I originally from? I'm from Wisconsin. 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 Oh, I spelled it wrong. 大影公司的吧？
楼上电影公司的吧，
我们电梯里想过。Well, in America, Texas has a reputation of being a very conservative state. Or it's like the state where conservatives look up to it, you know? It's like the opposite kind of thought behind like California. You know, they're like polar opposites in the American sense. Well, I assume in Bavaria they feel very strange about your accent. But like, isn't it like worse to be like, I don't know, like a Saxon or like someone in Eastern Germany? Like, I feel like more Germans don't like that accent and don't look fondly upon Eastern Germans than Southern ones. But I wouldn't know. I'm not an expert in the German perception of different regions.那其实假
那可是家
大动画电影公司。Yeah, it's very true.
大动画电影公司。是这样。
是世界上的。
附近有一家。
Plus, I feel like if you're Bavarian, you can always like go to Austria. Bavaria is like if you're Australian, Bavaria is like full of very like rural people. I mean, I guess not necessarily like, you know, Munich itself is not rural, right? But like it has like a perception of being full of lederhosen wearing, I guess not necessarily drunkards, but you know, a very specific kind of antiquated German, kind of. But that's also kind of how they feel about people from Austria, too. The German is different in southern Germany versus northern. Yeah, it's like thinking about someone from the south of the United States, right? You know, you don't think like all southerners are uneducated. It's just it has that kind of cultural connotation of being a rural, rustic. Also, I don't know politically if Germans still think about this, but like the Nazi Party had like a stronghold in southern Germany. Or I guess stronghold is probably too much of a word to put at it, because it's not like the Nazis were very fond of Catholics. But I think a disproportionate amount of Nazis were South German. Which would naturally like taint your idea of the area. You know, Hitler did his beer house pooch in Munich, I think. Well, yeah. I don't know. I always thought that the Nazi Party had its strongest support within the south of Germany. But thinking about it, it's not like they were like a Catholic party or anything like that. Yeah, well, I mean, it's funny though, because the KKK in America has an interesting history. Like, my great-grandfather, most Americans have, I guess it depends on which Americans you're talking to, but most Americans have some ancestor who's part of one of the KKKs. Because at that time, being a part of the KKK was like a religious thing, and also it was like just like a nativist thing. It'd be like saying, damn, you know, my uncle's a Trump supporter. Being part of the KKK was essentially like the 1920s version of like having some uncle who really hates foreigners. But yeah, the modern perception of the KKK is that it's an exclusively like neo-confederal kind of organization. So the perception has changed quite a bit from how it used to be. Si ren tao song yo yo. Do you mean which dictionary I installed for Chinese? Because I don't know if you want to have my dictionary. It's only in Chinese. I wouldn't recommend someone like only looking at Chinese if you can't read characters. But I mean, my dictionary is right here. It's called this. I mean, I can send you a link if you want to use a Chinese dictionary. It's just like, I feel like for the vast majority of people, they don't have the circumstances for it to be that great to use this dictionary. Just come to here. Here, you can just go to this GitHub right here that I'm on right now. I just Google searched Yomi-chan Chinese dictionary. Then right here, here's any of these dictionaries should be fine. Sedit.zip. Dierbong. Why would a German go to Korea? It's a very weird country because like most of the people I know who've gone to Korea are soldiers, soldiers who went there in the military. Korea seems like one of those weird places where most of the people who want to go there are women. But if your name is Georg, I assume you're not a girl. George. Like, my mom's a big fan of Korea for some reason. Most of the Korean fans I know are, like, women. I had a girlfriend, Vietnamese, she was very into Korean stuff. Dalkang yo yo.
这人套餐有优惠，我们人
Woman ring. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it could be worse. My mom, she wanted to study abroad in Japan or Korea, ended up studying abroad in Honduras. Now I exist. I'm half Honduran. I mean, from what I'm told, the Korean guys are really nice. I only have like one Korean friend, and all he ever does is complain about Korea and say Korea is terrible. My perception of Korea is based off of what Koreans tell me about their own country, and it's usually negative things. Oh, well, I'm guessing if they make it clear that they don't like the Chinese, you went to Korea 2017 or after that, because like that's essentially. I mean, it's interesting. I don't even know if like Japanese are worse than Chinese to them at this point. But the like hating China to that degree is a more. Yeah, if you went last year, it makes sense. Koreans since like 2017 have just hated China so much. It's very, very political.
人凑不齐，所以
医疗我特别喜欢。
料我特别喜欢。
But I don't know. Like, Koreans don't like any of the countries near them. Maybe they like Taiwan. But even then, they don't really care about Taiwan or anything about it. They know very little about it. I had to explain to my Korean friend. I was like, yeah, they speak Chinese in Taiwan. Well, yeah. Yeah. I guess it's very important to them that they keep their national food items as solely theirs. But it's like, I don't know. You don't really see the same kind of stuff in Europe. I mean, if you look at it, it's just that Koreans have a very delicate national, not character, national outlook, view of themselves. But all the Koreans I know Japanese, right? So I'm not getting like your very average normal Korean. I'm getting like weeaboo Koreans, right? Like Koreans who learn Japanese. So usually they complain to me and say like, "Oh man, we hate, my country. We propagandize ourselves. Our schools are teaching us to hate Japan, but I love Japanese women." That's essentially what my friend told me verbatim. Is like, yeah, we're told to hate Japanese, but I don't hate Japanese. I love Japanese women. I want to marry one. I want to move to Japan. Oh yes, yeah. Oh yes, yeah. 来，下。天有用。I wonder when she's gonna stop crying. 我给们儿他接英语课，你跟你一个公司上吗？ But yeah, no, I mean, I guess the Koreans have a very delicate situation where they feel the need to be extremely nationalist in order to show themselves as different to the two countries around them. Because the two countries around them historically had Korea as, either tributary states or annexed and being Japanified. So, it's very, they see that as very necessary to show themselves as different.
我姐怎么了吗？
没事。你忘了是你姐姐。
那个原来是你姐姐啊。
你说有多巧？ I wonder if New Zealanders often get the feeling like they need to show themselves as different to Australians, because at like a worldwide stage, very few people know about New Zealand. I mean, New Zealand almost was part of the Australian, it's not a confederacy, it's a federation.
你说有多巧？是。
那么小。
街那么小。
It is a small world.
下次我。
Well, I mean, I very highly doubt that they'll join. It's not like they'd gain anything from becoming part of Australia. If anything, maybe like Tasmania should leave Australia. Australia should just be the continent.
那我们约一下去。
If you're part of the Commonwealth, like how difficult is it to like immigrate to New Zealand? Can you Nice. No, it's a very you'll find like depending on your level of Chinese, but it's very possible for you to just like find a book, maybe a kid's book. I wouldn't recommend like a real full-on like young adult novel. But just find a book and you can just sit there and for like however many hours is viable to you. I remember the first time I started reading in Japanese, just like straight up reading a book. He's Australian. Australian is just British with extra steps. I guess Australians are smarter than British. But if you can find yourself like a good book and then just go and just like sit there. First time I started reading a real book in Japanese, it just like after reading, you know, in a row a bunch of different sentences, it just like suddenly popped to me and it became like 5 times easier. You know, it just like started clicking in my head like, oh, you know, I understand the general plot here. Red hair's not that bad.
聚餐热闹热闹啊！
Also, you'd probably fit in America. We're all Irish here. Especially our president.
好，那我们就来。
那我们坐下来聊聊。
快来聊聊吧。
哎
你不是有事吗？
你不是有事儿吗？哦，我有事。
我有事对。
哎，行，
我刚忘了，我想说了。
刚忘了，我先走了啊。哎，他碰上啥？行，你的眼。
I feel like this guy's approaching this girl all the wrong ways. What the hell is Kongdong? Window? Kongdong. It's not. That's definitely not window. Empty hole. Ni de yangjin kangqi kongdong.
看似空洞，
是日有无。No, I know. Yeah, I realized. No, the thing is that I know Japanese, right? The same exact character exists in Japanese. Like, despite not having seen, or I guess I have seen it before, but, you know, this word in Japanese would be like, what, ana? And this word kong would be kara. So, empty hole. I don't even have to read the dictionary definition, but I could see right here, kong mo swoyo. It's like an empty place.
眼睛看似空洞，
是日有无. What is woo? It's not like, it's not rain, is it? Clouds? Mist? I'm guessing mist makes the most sense. Yeah, this is definitely mist. Fengdu is like the degree. Yeah, no, I've seen like Korean words. I mean, I guess like the words, a lot of the words are literally the same, but also like a lot of the words, they're slightly different, and you can tell if you were reading in the old Korean way of writing things. Now they use Hangul, but whatever they called it before Hangul, I don't remember. But it becomes much more plainly obvious the similarities between the languages through loanwords when you look at those. And you can like somewhat tell like where words come from based off of, what kind of Chinese it's based on. Or you think about it logically and think like, why would a specific person invent this specific word? But I guess most people don't really think about that because, I mean, I think about it when it comes to English, like, where exactly does this word come from and why? But English is like a very specific situation where a lot of our words come from, like, British people who just loved Rome and Greece. He's coming on very strong here. The thing is that I can't at all see what that looks like because the laptop I'm using to look at like the text or the chat, it does not have Korean, so it's just showing up as an error for me. Not like I'd be able to read it regardless. I can't read Korean, but like I'm just seeing an error. I'm gonna have to add at some point a Korean character to the computer. Whatever they call that. Korean letters. Font. I'm gonna have to add a Korean font. This means like to temper, to harden. This means to mold. I see. Well, I mean, it's somewhat difficult to 100% get typing right. I mean, at some point in the near future, I don't know if I should stream it or not. And also, I don't know why I'd call it the near future. It's definitely not like within a few months. But I am going to learn Korean at some point. I promised my friend I would. So after I'm good with Chinese, good enough. And the way I kind of see it is that I should probably get to like a decent level within a language, then start the next language. And then when all the languages I intend to learn are at like a decent level, I can then go back and improve them. Because when you're at like a certain kind of level in a language, you don't really need to worry that much about maintaining the language. Like, I could probably go a year without thinking or speaking Japanese, and there would still be like the core stuff that would just be apparent to me and I would never forget. I would have to go like many years before I'd forget. Well, when you're at like a very early stage, Taifuza, and your brain is not being reminded of all of the most important basic stuff, you're very liable to forget intricate. I mean, for me, I don't see it as necessarily. I don't know, because I don't really have plans on, like, before starting Korean, I don't plan on, like, reading any straight up books in Chinese, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I've watched, like, Japanese YouTube for long periods of time, too, and I wouldn't find it that difficult to get back to watching Japanese YouTube. So I guess, it's, like, a good point to be at that point, where it's like, you wouldn't feel like it's that bothersome to go and watch stuff in that language for an extended period of time. And obviously, you're English. No, you're able to have like complex conversations, so your English is definitely not a worry. You could probably go like a decade without speaking English, and you'd still be able to come back to it. But it's kind of difficult to figure out what like the good cutting off point is when you feel like it's perfectly fine to stop without harming yourself too much. It's also an issue that you only run into if you want to like learn multiple languages. That's the thing, is like if you become someone who's like a polyglot or someone who wants to like know a bunch of different languages, you know, there are people who try to learn like, I guess historically even there was a guy that knew like 70 languages. Probably also exists today. But it's like at a certain point, the amount of languages you have and the languages you want to learn, it takes like a lot of effort in order to not necessarily just improve, but to maintain your skills, you know? So if you're like taking that journey, kind of telling yourself like, damn, you know, I'm gonna have to like do something in order to maintain my skills in this language. So if you end up learning, say, 5 languages, that's 5 languages for the rest of your life you're going to have to spend some kind of time and effort in order to maintain. Whether that's like daily or weekly or what. Otherwise, it's like wasted effort. So it's kind of like detrimental to learn too many languages because you're limiting the amount of time that you'd had for the other languages. Ultimately, I guess I've kind of told myself that I want to know English, Spanish, but those are easy languages. English and Spanish, and I use them all the time. But Japanese, Chinese, Mandarin Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese, which that's 4 languages that are very different to English. I mean, when I first started learning Japanese, I had the issue where I would just like mix up Japanese and Spanish. Like in my head, they were like the same language almost. I don't have that issue now. They kind of separated themselves out from me. But it's just really, you gotta kind of force yourself. If you're like the kind of person who's like, oh wow, this language is very interesting to me today, is to like remind yourself, oh yeah, well I'm gonna have to spend like hours in a year learning that language. And the thing is that like I use Spanish every day. So it's a language I have to know. I mean, it's not a worry for me now. Like, the languages don't overlap whatsoever to me now. But early on, it's probably best for you to focus on one language and maybe get that language to a very good level, like an adequate level that it won't be an issue for you going forward. And I mean, even though like these characters are the same as Japanese, I haven't seen that much like overlap in my brain between like the Japanese for these words and like the Chinese for these words. Even though like the characters are the exact same even. So I guess I haven't had that much of a difficulty differentiating for myself. So yeah, it's definitely very preferable to focus on one language for an extended period of time. Don't divide your focus so much. maybe learn it to a point where you can say like, oh yeah, I'm not learning the language anymore, even if you're still improving. Learn it to a point where you feel like you could get better without having to focus so hard on the language. I wouldn't know though. I only know, I guess, at this point, 4 languages. Maybe when I know even more languages, it'll be something that I can speak more about as a topic. 到了那儿，我们熟悉粮食。Something I've been doing, I don't know if anyone else has looked at it, but I go and I post on Twitter like the exact like time frame, the amount of words I learned, etc., as like a somewhat, what would that be, like statistics. And it's very interesting looking at it and seeing like just how drastically the amount of new words I'm seeing is dropping. I mean, I think I'm now at like 200 per session, and that's like a 5-hour session. That's like within a roughly 40-minute time span, I guess. Or it's closer to 35. But it's quite interesting seeing just how, I guess, I'm getting faster and better at the language because I'm going through more of the episodes per amount of time. 我给你打一通电话了. Well, I mean, dude, she fucking broke up with you. Well, I mean, if making it accountable to others is something that will keep you going, I don't really necessarily need others like to keep me, like I'm perfectly fine keeping myself accountable to myself. But if you're someone that like you need to like tell your friends like, oh yeah, I'm doing this, and like, so that like you're subtly telling yourself like, oh yeah, I'm doing well and I'm doing this. Like, I guess for a lot of people saying like, oh yeah, I can speak Chinese, or like telling yourself I'm a Chinese speaker, will help improve to yourself your ability to like keep yourself going. I don't personally find it necessary, but like I can see exactly why it's necessary for a lot of people. But no, the Twitter, or not Twitter, Twitter. I forget the names of all this stuff. But the Twitter's more to like statistics in order to see how I'm progressing, because that is, I mean, like the point, I'm not really streaming necessarily for other people. I'm streaming as like a keepsake in a sense. I mean, obviously I'm a person who enjoys talking, so like having other people there and talking to them makes it somewhat more fun to me to a degree, but it's more like I want to record myself and might as well stream at the same time. It does definitely, like, streaming learning a language definitely makes it where it's like, ooh, guangdao, I like this word, what's that in English? Like advertisement. I mean, the thing is that I would be perfectly fine alone or with people, but with people can be, it's a double-edged sword. I'm not focusing very hard, like, so I'm kind of like telling myself like, damn, I need to focus more on like what I'm doing right here, because I'm the streamer. I'm supposed to a degree be entertaining to people. I should be like, be talking and like verbalizing what I'm doing, but also I'm trying to learn Chinese. But yeah, no, I keep the statistics for future to look back at, like how I progressed. I don't know, I have a friend, he pulls up onto the streams from time to time. He'll say a couple things, ask me a couple questions, but really he's like listening to me in the background. I'm a what they'd call a second monitor kind of streamer. I can verbalize my thoughts, I guess a lot of people like it when they have like, they feel like they have like a, not necessarily a community, but like a person who is their quote unquote friend. They may necessarily, like, that's like what a lot of Twitch streamers are to a lot of people. It's like a friend that you can have at your home whenever you need them. But yeah, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably still be able to like force myself at a very specific time, because like I'm streaming exactly at 5 for me, 5 p.m. to 10 for like almost exactly 5 hours a day. So I guess, you know, you can see it in that sense and be like, oh yeah, I feel like if I'm not like doing this, then I might not be as like exact and direct about the amount of time actually putting in the hours. When you're a streamer, it's like a job almost. Even though I'm streaming to like 2 people. But I would be perfectly fine without streaming in order to feel like I'm, you know, progressing, forcing myself to learn Chinese. It's not very necessary. It's more important to me that I have like the video documentation to see like what I've done, what exactly I tripped upon, you know, having the history there in front of me of what I've done.
之前吵架，你是我敷衍，不和你。
I'm somewhat on the wrong platform because Twitch is, it's got like this the idea of Twitch is more like streaming you playing video games. It's not supposed to be for streaming yourself learning a language. It'd be, I don't know, do they do talk shows on Twitch? I guess some people do. They just like pull up onto their computer and they just like look at articles or whatever, or they talk about politics, I guess. I guess that's somewhat popular on Twitch. But I assume the vast majority of people and like the idea of Twitch itself is almost like to play video games.
你真正的沟通，那咱们就。
And I'm not opposed to like playing video games on Twitch. It's just it's not what I'm doing now. 那咱们去做。聊聊。
就坐下来聊聊，我想知。
Yeah, for some reason I've heard of Asmongold very, like, I heard about him, like, very recently, like, maybe a week ago.
敷衍，不和你真正的沟通，那咱们就坐下来聊聊。
But he's like a character actor whose entire idea is that he's like the quintessential like World of Warcraft player, right? I mean, to me, I only watched him for like 30 seconds, but he seemed like very annoying to me, so I wouldn't be able to watch for an extended period of time.
我想知道你到底心里怎么想的。
我们嘎听。It's very easy content though, isn't it? You know, you just like pull up videos that someone else has like done and just react to it. Like you don't even have to say that much. You could spend like the entire video more or less quiet. Something that's been like an issue for me, and it's not an issue on Twitch, it's an issue on YouTube. Like I go and take every single one of these videos I do, I post it onto YouTube just automatically. But the thing is, I get contact struck on YouTube, but not on Twitch. Like my Twitch has been perfectly fine. And when I first started, I thought like, oh well, you know, I'm gonna be on iQIYI. iQIYI and Twitch, they don't like work together because Twitch is banned in China. So like Twitch doesn't need to follow Chinese copyright. But I guess YouTube does follow it.
我们改天再约吧。
我今天真的很忙。
今天真的
Like I guess it's very difficult to learn a language if the stuff you're looking at is going to get you copyright struck. Or streaming a language learning process. Yeah, it seems like that. I think I think all they worry about more or less is music. I think music is what they care about. And I'm not listening to any music here. But whenever I go on, like, I go and post the stuff onto YouTube, and, like, I have a backlog of stuff that I need to, like, at some point snip out the wrong sections, but the YouTube front end just doesn't, it's terrible. I hate it.
算是逃避吗？
So I guess it's just gonna sit there on my YouTube account, and I'm just not gonna fix it. And I guess it doesn't matter that much. It's not like I'm not expecting that many people to watch like a YouTube video of 5 hours of me sitting here. If anything, it makes more sense for people to just listen on Twitch. But it's like, it's somewhat of an annoyance. I don't want to go out of my day to go and like fix copyright issues on YouTube.
改天再约，我保证。
Wow. But yeah, no, I came into this thinking, well, if I'm going to be watching Chinese shit, most of it's probably not going to get me copyright struck. So it's kind of surprising that, like, the Chinese companies are allowed to make claims on YouTube. If I was YouTube, I wouldn't really care. It's not like any Chinese people are going to be looking at your ads. But I guess they do. Twitch doesn't have that problem. I guess Twitch has next to zero Chinese YouTubers. Or not YouTubers, Twitch streamers.
李可，你最好想清楚。我不管你。
不管你有什么理由。But yeah, I guess recently... See, technically I'm not supposed to look at any English media. But, I don't know, practically speaking, I would not be able to stop myself from... I did that for Japanese. I only looked at Japanese things for, like, the longest time ever. Which is alright and fine. Like, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be able to have the mental energy to force myself to, like, look at only Chinese media for entertainment. As depressing as that would probably ultimately be. But I guess I've been looking at English media, and I found some YouTuber who, like, reviews MMOs. I don't even play I have never played an MMO. I don't play MMOs, but I guess I'm watching a guy who reviews MMOs now. And I guess Asmongold
你有什么理由？
is into MMOs. 我数到3。
数到3。如果
如果你不放手。Even though I don't play that many video games, I do enjoy looking at, like, YouTube videos of people playing video games. I guess it's each to their own. I personally could force myself and see, like, progress by only doing things in that language, but especially as a beginner, it would just be, like, very depressive to do that. I can't imagine very many people who have, like, the willpower or the ability to force themselves, especially if you're, like, working a job at the same time or going to school at the same time. Because, just honestly, if you're bad at a language, you can not get as much enjoyment. Like, I guess George94, like, you know, he can go on YouTube, and for him, because his English language skills are at a level where it's perfectly fine for him, and, like, he can... Yeah. Even if you're at, like, a very great level, it can be like not fun to look at stuff in the language itself. Like if you're at like a very great level, you can just pop onto YouTube or whatever. Like, you know, George can pop onto YouTube and it's like, oh yeah, this is fun, and he probably doesn't even think like, damn, is this too hard for me? Or damn, I'm gonna be tired watching this English shit. He probably, can I say the S word on Twitch? But, you know, when you're at like a certain amount of level, it goes from being like I need to put work into it, and it just goes into I'm doing what's fun. I'm not entirely certain what's the terms of service for Twitch. Like I glossed over that in my brain. If I end up getting banned off of Twitch, I guess that would be somewhat sad, but yeah, no, I think that's also the S word, you know, SHIT. It's a swear word. Could be banned on Twitch, I wouldn't know. Yeah. I mean, one time, this was like 2 years ago, but I was on like some like left wing, like this crazy schizophrenic left wing not YouTuber, Twitch streamer. I think I don't remember his name, but like I went on his Twitch stream to like debate about some sort of thing, and it's like I don't really care. It's like I'm debating a Twitch streamer who it's like it's not like he's famous or anything like that. But at the end of it, you know, we're just sitting there talking, and he's like trying to subtly kick me off. You know, he's trying to like get me to leave, and I was like, you know, I don't really care, whatever. I'm just, if you're not kicking me off, I'm not leaving. So he's just sitting there pathetically trying to like convince me or whatever to leave, because he doesn't want to come off as mean to his audience. And at that point, like his audience was like liking me for some reason. But like then he kicks me off because I'm reading out the comments in his like Twitch thing, and I say the N word, like the full hard R N word on his stream. So like he almost got term of service, and it's not like I don't really care, because it's not like he's a good guy. He's like an asshole. But I guess I have experience with the terms of service on Twitch, even though I wasn't a Twitch streamer. Yeah, I guess that's the one word you can't say. I'm guessing you also can't say, you can't like threaten people, or you can't say like I'm gonna murder you. You know, I guess people have to say like, I'm gonna murder you in Minecraft. At that point, like why even bother saying you're gonna murder somebody if you're gonna do it in such like a sideways way of doing it? Oh wait, this is the end of the show, I might as well. See, what I do is, whenever I reach like the end point of a show, is I go like, I'm going on Twitter, and I'm like listing like the amount of hours to go and figure out like how many hours I've spent. So whenever I reach the end of the show, I have to go and pull up like this notepad that I have, and then I go and add in the point, like this point right here, 4:48. And from doing that, I've realized that it's like, it's annoying adding up numbers for like times. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like they practically speaking can enforce it. They just have to like enforce it to a degree where they're not legally culpable. But something that I'm on here, like whenever there's sections here that's like playing music or whatever, because I keep getting like my YouTube videos keep getting blocked for that. I'm just like skipping through the songs. Not like it matters because I'm not reading the song lyrics anyway. But it's like I'm consciously changing how I'm doing things. It's kind of like it's a weird feeling being in a situation. I guess I'm an American, so we like never self-censor, but it's weird being in a situation where you're like self-censoring or changing how you act. 我刚试过2天播广告.
过2天要拍广告，我先。
Like, I don't know, whenever I speak Japanese, in their culture, there are things that you just don't say or whatever, and I just, like, I say them anyway. Like, I'm a very bad Japanese person.
那约了艺人的。
Maybe I like my culture too much, but I prefer to just say whatever. You don't realize how nice it is to get things, just whatever you want to say, off your chest. Yeah, I guess Australia is like known as like one of the swearing capitals of the world. Like the Japanese language just really doesn't have swear words, and all the swear words they do have, I mean there are some that exist, and the ones they do have, they just like, it's so weak to me. Like they're just not real swears in my head. But like if you hear like a Russian swearing, or you hear an Australian swearing or whatever, like countries that are known for being huge swearing capitals, the global swearers of the world, 99% of us are here speaking normally, and then you have like the 1% of the world who's just sitting there swearing their tongues off.
要过2天才约行吗？
I can really appreciate a country that has like good swears, where you can say like some real nasty shit.
算是逃避吗？
改天再。
There's two thoughts to it though. If you swear all the time, it loses its meaning. You have to continually invent new swear words.
我保证。
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously.
下班时
Yeah, I guess it's a difference of culture.
时间，吃个饭。
I mean, for me personally, I very rarely swear, but I feel like having the ability and having the moments where you can, it just really adds emphasis to what you're saying. I was talking to a Taiwanese friend of mine, and she's talking about like how difficult it was to go through the process of getting their work visa and whatnot. And I can understand. I've helped with people with the work visa stuff before. America has a very archaic immigration process, and in that moment I go and say, yeah, that's a real bitch, and it's like, if I don't normally swear, me saying that, it really means a lot more than if I just go and say this or that. If I were just swearing all the time, it wouldn't mean anything.
饭都不行吗？
I think it's good to have some amount of moderation. Moderation and self-moderation, not other people moderating.
来见你。
But maybe I just see that as like from the American perspective, as a individualistic person.
推了一个大客户，我连回北。北京的时间我都推迟了。
Some people really like hearing it when others swear. I remember my Vietnamese ex-girlfriend, she loved it when I swore. I guess in Vietnam, they don't really swear that much. I'm not sure. I'd have to learn more about how things are there. I guess it's funny to a lot of people. Which is good, I guess. It's good to see it in a lighthearted way.
我不想耽误你。
动物迷你需求。Yeah, it's definitely... It can cut through the tension of a lot of moments. And me personally, I'm not like a highly serious person. Like, I would definitely like make... Not like I don't think about serious topics, or I don't do anything, or I have the inability of being serious. But I feel like more so than a lot of people, I can like add in or find humor in situations. I don't really see I don't see any boundaries when it comes to topics that you can joke about, I guess.
时间，我也不想耽误你的工作，但我们真的需要点时间静下来好。好好想一想，我真的要走。
我真的要走了。It's quite crazy that it feels like he can grab his wrist there. I guess the show really wants him to come off as a bad guy.
清楚，我觉得咱们这个比我更好的选。
更好的双子吗？
你先放手。
放手。Grip hand grip.
放手。
李律师，我不管。
不管你有什么理由。Get it without any reason. Yeah, reason makes sense.
不管你有什么理由，我数到3。如果你不
Affect you not
不放手的话，我就
放手的话，我就报警。If I ever did become like a normal Twitch streamer, some guy who plays video games all day, I guess, or has a large audience and works on getting that audience, not by language learning. I think language learning is probably a very hard way to attract an audience. I wonder if I'd be capable of just finding conversation to have. It's some issue that I feel like I have in real life too, where not necessarily being able to... I don't know if I'd ever be able to get into Genshin streaming. Although I guess I have a Japanese friend who plays Genshin, and he streams on Twitch. So if a Genshin stream happens, I guess I'll do it alongside my friend. And he knows enough English. I guess he could speak English, but it'd probably be easier for us to speak Japanese. Maybe if his English was like... If he keeps his English simple.
也骚扰女性，
But yeah.
这是我
Well, I mean, it depends on, like... Is it in top tier? I guess it's... I mean, I wouldn't know how good the Chinese language is for Genshin. Whenever I think of a language, I usually don't think about video games. Because, like, the language for the video games is... I mean, I guess there are story-based... Like, I don't know. When I would never, like, picture myself playing Final Fantasy in Japanese. I mean, I easily could. It's just, like, I never myself would feel the point. Yeah, no, I realize it's a Chinese game. I guess not everyone realizes it's a Chinese game because the name is in Japanese. I don't know, maybe it's just me because I'm not at that level.
我们俩的家事。
It's a Tencent game, isn't it? I mean, there are a lot of video games that people don't realize are Chinese games. Oh, it's MiHoYo. Who the hell's MiHoYo? MiHoYo. It's funny because I have like a Chinese friend. I wouldn't even know how to search up the Chinese trailer. I guess maybe if I just searched Genshin on Baidu, it'd like instantly. No, but I have a Chinese friend of mine, but I very rarely talk to him because he's a video game developer in Shanghai, and he wanted to improve his English, essentially. That's like how a lot of the foreigners I meet, they essentially want to like improve their English. But, you know, he spends like all of his time. He works what's called in China is like 996, from 9 to 9, 6 days a week, as a video game developer. And I guess if that's something that you're interested in doing is being... Oh, I mean, I guess it's... I see, it's spelled exactly the same way as it would be spelled in Japanese. Or I guess that would be Genshin, or Yuangshen in Chinese. All these languages, they... Yuangshen. Or it's not Sheng, is it Sheng? Shong? I'm forgetting. Here it is. How is that? Shen, not Sheng, Shen. I see. Yuan Shen. This is just a guy laughing. Funny. I'm gonna have to figure out the word for trailers in Chinese. Trailer for the Chinese opera singer. Do I even have Twitch on this computer I'm using here? I don't have the chat on this computer I'm using here. Let me go to Stream Manager and pull it up here. MiHoYo. No captions. Got for some reason YouTube always puts up these notifications up here and then nothing's here. I mean, I gotta say that I only recognize some of these words. I wish I had... I wish I had it written down here. I wonder if someone in the comment section has... See, the problem is that me as a person, when I use YouTube myself, I'm very distractible. So like for an audience, I guess you're supposed to sit here and like enjoying the video or whatever, listening to the song and seeing like the images here. But I'm a very distractible person, which you wouldn't expect from someone that spends 5 hours a day learning Chinese.
神女劈罐到这里本该接近尾声，但今日我再添一笔，唱与祝会。
But me personally, if I was using YouTube or whatever, I'd be scrolling down to the comment section and reading comments and half focusing on this. But that's just not how, that's,
时特辉，茫茫天地，
茫茫天地。
孤身离去。今日再会，新朋旧友坐满堂，共聚此时。
So yeah, I want to pull over here and looking at these comments. I guess most of these comments are in Chinese though. 给我上了木了，米哈有更的漂亮。Sure, I guess it all is. Guess we got some. I guess in Japan it's also popular. すべてが解析すぎるし、歌があまりにと贅沢すぎる。のすけるほてや See, I'm mixing up. I'm mixing up the. I guess maybe I'm looking at too much Chinese recently because I'm mixing up these words with the Chinese words. Like, this is yokuyo. Yoku no sukeru ho. And then I said tiang, but this is tensai, as in like smart. Ugoki ga utsukushii. Yabai ne. Fucking Japanese shit's hilarious. Shouldn't say shit. It's not proper to swear all the time. So I guess technically I am mixing up the Japanese and the Chinese, but whatever. That's easily fixable.
找你款，
说起家事。But yeah, no. If I ever do a gaming stream, and I guess the possibility would be like at a much further point in the future, Chinese wise. Adios, or I guess Auf Wiedersehen. I just naturally say adios. This exact time, like every single weekday at this time, for 5 hours exact. 我好想跟有些一样. Seen this a lot in Anki. Ziege. And that's like a characteristic. 动我东西. Alright, see you later. Why do you never go to sleep? I mean, I guess last night I didn't go to sleep at a good time either, but so I can't really judge that well. But at least I didn't stay up till 9:51. That is quite severe. 动我兄弟，想问我答不答应? Answer the question. Too many of those these days, aren't there? Internet's a mistake. You'd think I would never sleep with all the babies crying, but no, I find time. But yeah, no. I'm not opposed to doing a game stream at some point. Although it definitely would not be, what's the word? Very good for learning Chinese too. Because, I don't know, playing video games, if it's not a story-based video game with like a lot of text, it's not gonna be that helpful. Maybe, I guess it'd be nice to hear the Chinese language being said by characters or whatever. But, you know, that would have to be like a much further point. At a point where I feel it wouldn't be too much of a hindrance to do that. 你们别吵，别吵。Could be interesting to do a gaming stream in Japanese. But I feel like my Japanese skills would be quite too rusty. I very rarely speak it. Yoshi. 用回去吧。See, it's the same Shen. The same Shen. Sen Jingbing. I'm quite surprised and happy that I'm not more tired throughout the day, though. 你说谁？神经病！神经病！神经病！神经病! Spending so many hours with Chinese a day, you'd expect more headaches, more sleepiness, more issues. But I guess my brain has reached... What's the deal with the panda stuff? I mean, it's China's the country where pandas live. It's like a national animal. You know, it's like you know, it's a symbol of something that's solely Chinese. Oh, I guess this guy's shirt says Montreal. See, honestly, I haven't noticed because my brain kind of blocks out information that doesn't seem necessary. I don't know, if I was searching in Japanese, there's this very specific kind of Japanese art style. Like, what's a word you could... What is that? Stupid keyboards. I hate Windows. Interesting. No, no. None of this. OG-san. This kind of art style. Every time you search something in Japanese, this kind of art style always pops up. You see it everywhere. It's like a very specific, like, kind of Japanese public broadcast kind of art style to it. like with this kind of look. I mean, I guess everyone knows about anime and like what anime characters look like and the general anime look, but like not everyone knows that like there's this very specific NHK or not NHK NH what the hell's that called? Yeah, I guess it's the NHK look that like looks like this. When I think Japanese, I associate it with this. This is what I think. I mean, if you search anything in Japanese, you just see it everywhere. It's so omnipresent. So yeah, to me, Japanese is not like anime girls or whatever. It's that. It's like public cartoon characters. I don't know. It gives you kind of sense of like almost like a Disneyland. Like, oh yeah, this is Mickey Mouse, and he's here to like help you along on your journey through Disneyland, Disney World. I've never been to Disneyland. How? This guy always biking around everywhere. Yeah. For some reason, people seem to think that Japan is like a very high-tech, modern country, but it's like Japanese people. So many situations I've been in where I go and talk to some Japanese person, and you know they'll say, you know, like, oh yeah, let's, you know, we can play video games or whatever, and they'll say like, oh sorry, I don't own a computer. Like it's a very low tech in the sense of like computer country. Like they did it. I mean, it obviously makes sense because like your average Japanese person is like so old. But it's just like it's weird the kind of perception that people have. It's a perception that makes much more sense with like China. China's a place where you think of like computer users. Or I guess much more like Korea. Korea makes a lot more sense there. But like the Japanese are just like comparatively much more of an engineering place for certain. You know, I picture a Japanese person like designing a car or I guess building a bridge or yeah. Which is correct. That's like that's the correct view of like what you should be thinking when you think Japan. But like for most people that's not their view. Most people have this very strange view of Japan as being some like they're much further ahead of us. They're much more technologically advanced. They have like robots doing everything and stuff. The reality is comparatively more, I guess, disappointing if you come at it from that perspective. I mean, I guess China is similarly neat, but China is definitely not properly done. China is like, you know, what works, works. Singaporeans are interesting. They're a strange bunch. Singapore, when I think Singapore, I think of like some like cottage industry internet guy. Like he probably hosts his own website and it's like specifically catered to some sort of like news article or something. I don't know. Obviously, it's a finance city. 当我想说的是
的是子琛马。
That's something. Yeah. Singapore's obviously very westernized. But it's funny because like if you look at it like politically, right? Singapore is a dictatorship. You know, it's a one-party state. It's been one for like 70 years. But if you like talk to Singaporeans, you know, they'll be big on democracy and they'll be like they'll be very big on like, I don't know, progressive issues. They'll be very pro LGBT. Well, meanwhile, if like you like chew gum in Singapore, it's like, oh, you're gonna be arrested for 10 years or something crazy like that. It's definitely like very strange. The kind of cognitive dissonance you might see. Especially, I guess, like Australia is probably like a lot more democratic than the United States. Australia has referendums and everyone's required to vote, I guess. But like a Singaporean would probably think that they're more democratic for some reason than the United States or Australia, maybe. Or they'll see themselves as in the same exact league.
马上就要进组了，而且这
I guess Hong Kongers see the same exact thing, even though Hong Kong is like 30% of the legislation in Hong Kong just goes to corporations. Something that, like, if that happened in any other country or any other place, I guess Hong Kong is Chinese, but it's got a separate government system. Any other place, if you saw that, people would be like, holy shit, this is like, I need to stop saying shit. People would probably be like, damn, this is crazy. When you think of like, I guess the city of London also has like a similar thing where you can, the city of London, which is not London. London is the capital, but the city of London is like where the original fort was. And there, you know, I can't. No, I can't. It's against the rules. You can't swear on Twitch. Twitch is like owned by Christians, and it's like a Christian Minecraft server in a way. But you know, the city of London like is entirely ran by corporations, legislation wise. Hong Kong is kind of similar because it's like 30%, 33%. But if you like live in like a normal country, that'd be just like insane to you. You'd be like, shit, this is a dystopic corporatocracy or something like that. It's kind of strange, the perception that people in these countries have of themselves and things. It's a weapon.
这次的戏份呀非常
激动. Because I don't know, if you talk to a Hong Konger, I mean, they're definitely very westernized. You talk to a Singaporean, they're definitely very westernized. I guess the British are very good at westernizing people. I mean, I shouldn't knock my mic over. I mean, that's probably a good cause, considering, like, Australia's got, like, a pretty, what's it called? Partisan politics. Not a very harmonious country.
吃重，也很辛苦。
Although I remember looking at some kind of statistic some time ago, and like, when people think of news, and where they get their news from, and like who's giving their news, for things like weather, you get your news from like a local weather station or something like that.
辛苦的，可能
But when people think of the news, because a lot of people in America today are like, yeah, I don't watch the news. when people think of the news, they think of like political issues or national issues or things of that sort. And they almost entirely get their the news from like TV stations. I guess it's the same. It's the exact same in Australia. I guess we have like Fox News or CNN, and you guys have I don't even remember what it's called, but it's owned by what's his name. But the news is much wider than that. Like, if you're into video games, the news could be just like some thing saying like, oh yeah, this is the next video game to come out. So it's kind of it's interesting where exactly people draw the line regarding this or that. Like, what is the news? What is politics? What is this and that?
请不出价来回费，所以你们。
所以你们能养起。For me, I don't entirely see it as like. I mean, I guess it is literally political, thinking about, you know, one's like a one-party state versus the other. But it's more to me is like, at a certain point, it does kind of cross-contaminate with normal civil society, normal life. Not civil society. The wider society. Like, my first thought, if, you know, I think like, yeah, it's quite interesting, especially like if you live in a country like a crappy country, where some people will probably be like more up to date on world news than they are like their local country's news. I bet you there's probably like a lot of Australians who just like sit there. I don't know, we recently had, what's it called, Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade was taken away. And you know, I bet you there's probably like some Australians who are going and like protesting and saying like, "Oh damn, it's terrible." But like, you're Australian, you're not even American. Like, doesn't even affect you. It's kind of weird how like some people are on touch with things in other countries more so than their own country. Things that like probably impact them a lot less.
你们能延期拍摄吗？我们广。
Or there's probably Australians. I know there are like British people who do this, but there's probably Australians who like whenever the police go over and arrest them, they say like, "I plead the fifth," or say like, "You're taking away my First Amendment rights." And it's like, what country do you think you're in? You forgetting where you live? It's just like something that they probably pick up on from like watching TV shows, like watching American TV shows, and they like forget that they like things don't work like how they work here. Like, America's influence abroad is quite surprising. Where exactly things are. Oftentimes, like, some people will come in, you know, foreigners, and they'll be like, "I like American culture." And to me, it's like, what do you mean by that? Does that mean like you like watching Marvel movies? Like, for me, American culture is like a lot of things, and it's like it's very difficult for someone from outside, even a native English speaker who's never visited America, to fully comprehend and understand like how we think. And I think it's the same way for pretty much every culture, you know, without ever visiting. Yeah, I imagine that. But it's like, you know, is Will Smith's slap news? Because whenever someone says news, you know, they think of natural disasters or things of that sort. They don't think of Will Smith's slap. But Will Smith's slap is definitely like 100% news. Like it's new. It's information brought to you by. It's not what people consider news.
还有街上的广告。
And obviously, him slapping a guy live on TV affects very little people comparatively. But it's something that, like, the world over, you know, it's become a part of, like, our cultural understanding even. You know, it's like an aspect of who we are as a people almost. Like, oh yeah, we liked Will Smith, except Will Smith is bad now because he slapped somebody. It's quite weird when you start thinking about it.
广告牌，延期。
I mean, it was unavoidable for me to even not, like, learn that he slapped somebody. I guess I learned, like, the next day, which is slow for modern times. But it's also, like, it's unheard of for people to not have... I don't know, immediately everyone will come to the conclusion that they should have, like, some specific take. They need to have, like, a belief on this specific event, which is also, like, doubly weird.
广告。
Like, why are you asking me if I should, like, hate him and cancel him or support him and say, like, he did it for good reason? Like, this is something that has, like, almost no effect on my life. So why should I really care? But I guess that's how tabloid stuff has always been. It's just strange that it's, like, ever present. You know, I'd understand someone saying, like, oh yeah, Will Smith just starred in this next movie. He starred in, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Not even knowing that, like, floods happened. Like, if someone asked me, like, what do you think about Will Smith? I don't know, maybe I'm a contrarian at heart, because my first reaction is to, like, see what's the what are the positive aspects of the counter argument. Not necessarily believe in it, but maybe, like, don't immediately jump onto some bandwagon of some sort. So I guess, like, the vast majority of people obviously thought Will Smith's bad for slapping him. But, like, you know, my first initial reaction is, well, does it really matter that much if he slaps someone on TV? You know, much worse stuff has happened on TV. And, you know, much worse stuff happens than slapping.
收益肯定大打折扣。
I guess when I was a kid, people, like, fist fought each other all the time. So slapping is, like, not quite so bad to me. So it's really at a point where it's like, I don't really care. People probably care more about the slap than him winning an Oscar. Winning an Oscar for... I'd never watched it myself, but from what I'm told was a great performance as, what, Richard III?
成了数据。
So, like, for me, I can understand, like, back in the day, maybe, like, 30 years ago, it was like, oh, damn, Will Smith is starring in this cool new movie, Richard III, and, you know, it's an Oscar-worthy movie, I think. But today, the story is what he did outside of, you know, the story is him slapping. Well, yeah, I mean, I gotta tell you, I've never watched the Oscar. I'm not old enough to have, like, been there and care. Like, I had nothing going on. And it's not really, I don't really care what some random people say about movies. I guess some people might have cared in the past.
这样吧，我可以。去跟公司申请。
Really, it's like, what's the point of watching the Oscar? It's not really relevant in today. you can already guess who are getting the Oscars. Like, more recent modern people, when they think, I guess you're 18, so you don't have that much experience with how things used to be before we were quite so internet addicted, where you'd have to like tune into shows and you kept up with all that stuff. Because nowadays, young people's initial reaction is, okay, well, if I want to like learn about some movie, I want to see what movies are good, I'm just gonna hop onto IMDb. But it used to not be like that. It used to be that you cared about like what the reviewer said in the newspaper, or you cared about like what the Oscars were saying.
预算
But we've kind of moved ourselves forwards into a society where we don't really have, I don't know, we're like spoiled for choice in a way. When I was a kid, I went to high school, and we all like, when you're in high school, you all like go to the same class. You interact with the same teachers. You have like a communal experience that you can all enjoy and say like, oh yeah, I did that, I did this. I mean, I used to love going to Family Video. You'd go to Family Video, and you'd like rent a game, and you have to like take that game, you rented it, and you have to like beat that game in a time span. That, or when it got like a what's it called, a DVD burner, and you can like burn the CD, so then you can like you steal the game. Good times being like a thief.
我可以去跟公司申请。
But I feel like nowadays, with the advent of the internet, people have choice. 我保证。
在热
People are spoiled for choice, where we've lost a lot of the communal experience that we all used to have together. Like, when you're in high school, you're all going to the same exact classes. You're spending, like, I don't know, 8 hours a day doing the same exact thing together. So it makes it, like, more relatable for you to be, like, with these people, But when you're an adult and, you're not working or whatever, you have to keep up with this whole, like, spew of internet culture. This, like, large list of things that, like, people are into individually. And you might not be at all able to relate to someone because you just don't have any of the same kind of choices you made in what to enjoy. So we've kind of like grown much further distant apart to each other. Like if you're here and you're a Twitch stream watcher person and you spend like, I don't know, 5 hours a day watching me streaming on Twitch, that's like 5 hours gone from your ability to like relate to someone else. You can't say like, oh yeah, I'm a big fan of this guy. I watch him all the time. You can understand. I watch the same exact guy. And it's all because of your personal choice. You choose as an individual instead of like being forced to choose similar kind of cultural things as everyone else around you.
热闹的商区，只要有
That's probably the big reason why, like, in the age of the internet, we're seeing people who are feeling much more lonely. It's because there's not really anything forcing us to all enjoy the same exact things as it used to be. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm not really that old. I'm only 23. So, but whenever I see the kind of things that, like, people younger than me, like maybe 16 to 18 or whatever, I often find it hard to exactly relate because they live in, like, a different kind of internetscape where they don't necessarily have, like, the same kind of experiences or likes as me. Doesn't help since pretty much all my friends are older than me by around 5 years. 3 to 5 years.
有广告牌的地方，都让你看到自身的广告。添加
So it's very strange. So in a nutshell, that's like what the internet is. Everyone's given more choice, but having the choice puts us further apart from each other.
这个预算嘛，
Until you find the one person who just so happens to be into the same exact stuff as you. But it's also kind of hard because, you know, you don't want to come off as the person who's like way too interested in this particular thing and that someone else doesn't like at all care about it, you know? Like there are topics where I don't know, like Apex Legends. I can talk to almost anyone younger than me and say like, "Oh yeah, Apex Legends," and I can expect the vast majority of them to have experienced playing Apex Legends at least once. So there are some things where it's like, yeah, that's a thing that we both have in common. But, you know, in other things, it just becomes much more disparate. Especially, I don't really understand the whole Twitch culture thing. Despite how popular it is, I just don't understand it. And people on Twitch speak the same language as me, English. So, I don't know, it's like modern day. Maybe some people might even begin feeling like a stranger in their own country because they just can't find good friends who have the same exact, like... Yeah, but it's like particular Twitch memes that I don't know or understand. Like in English, it's very bad. Not in Japanese, it's not quite so bad seeing Japanese people talk because it's not quite as like it's not as individualized to Twitch. Like there's some like picture or emoji, whatever they call it, emoticon. Like I don't know, this one called Seems Good. I don't even know why that exists or what it means. Or it's supposed to be funny, I guess. Some other ones are supposed to be much more funny, I guess. Or like this one, not like this. I don't even understand what they mean. I feel like I need like an interpreter to explain to me like what all this stuff is. Is that all it means? It's just like shorthand. Like very specific shorthand.
剧组附近，我们下
熄火
下了戏之后感应，
刚一刚也可以吗？
那也可以吗？
这么
这么刚的话是平时 I don't know, maybe it's just because it's something that's not particularly interesting to me, is that I'll probably just never learn what all these different things mean. What's the joke or whatever. I'm personally just not a Twitch guy, despite being a Twitch streamer who streams like five hours every day. I'm too like mentally old for my own good.
看的话，这品质，
嘿，我相信。
相信你们的能力。I'm so old, I'm probably just gonna fall over and die at any moment.
相信
But yeah, it's all too much for me to keep track
我来
of.
安排。
I mean, I have a younger brother and he's like 18. You know, I send him memes from time to time. I've one time talked to his friends, and you know, they're 18, and it's like these 18-year-olds talk in like a very specific meme-oriented way. And they have like, I don't know, there's like this specific kind of meme that like young people are into where it's like white with a black text and then a picture, and I wouldn't know how to like find where they are or how they're made, but like I would know if I saw them because it's just how it is nowadays. And it's just, I don't know, it's weird to me. I feel like I'm very rapidly going to become like the old man who just hates the kids.
快去车灯拍照。
But yeah, you know, I'll send him a meme and I'll be like, oh yeah, you know, this is probably a meme that he'll relate to, he'll be interested in, he'll see like, oh yeah, this meme's old, it's a month old. And it's like, shit, really? It's a month old?
热的事情。
Yeah, I guess that's the problem, is I don't keep up with any social media. I don't have any social media. I had a Twitter when I was in high school, which was like, what, 10 years ago? Something like that. But I was forced to have that Twitter. And then I deleted it after like... Deleted that Twitter after a week, or not a week, maybe a month. Never had an Instagram. Never got a Snapchat. That was a hard one, not having a Snapchat. Never... I mean, I had a Facebook until 2011, I think. After 2011, I got rid of my Facebook. So, since I essentially have lived without social media for a long time, I'm just completely out of the loop. Like, it's all beyond me. I wouldn't know where to start to begin relating to these things that I have zero knowledge on. Yeah, that's the heart of the issue. If you don't do it, then you're essentially like taking part in antisocial behavior. If you're not following up on the latest social media trends, no matter how stupid they are. I guess the latest thing that's happening on social media is people are going to watch the Minions movie in suits. I don't exactly get it. I mean, I understand the joke. Oh, it's the Minions movie. It's a dumb movie. It's a bad movie. No, I mean, it's like the latest... It's like... I mean, you can even see it in the news. There are, like, news articles where, like, movie theaters are banning people for wearing suits going to the Minions movie. I'm guessing the suits is because, like, the Minions is, like, a high-end formal occasion. Like, the Minions is... You know, it's like going to a fancy dinner, almost.
说一下，让他进。
让他进来。Now you can probably go and Google and you'll find, like, you know, I could easily Google. I'm the streamer. I'm supposed to. Minion. Oh, this is in Japanese. Minions movie suits. Why hashtag gentle minions? Why teens are wearing suits to Minions, the rise of Gru? Behind the rise of gentle minions, the teenagers wearing suits. So the latest thing is teenagers wearing suits to movie theaters to watch Minions, a kid's movie. All I think is, you know, what's going on in your life that you have... That is what you find interesting and funny to do. Like, that's on the level of, like, an inside joke you'd have with your friends. Oh, wow, you know, me and my friends went to see the movie Minions. It's not really what I'd picture as, like, the level of a international trend to have. Like, I bet you there's probably, like, Chinese kids who are doing that right now. I mean, my cousins came here to the United States to visit. They're here right now. And, you know, the thing they asked me is, you know, they brought their suits. And they're like, oh, where's the best movie theater? Because we want to go and, like, wear suits to the Minions movie. And my cousins are, like, 23 and 18. I'm not kidding. I'm 100% serious. That's what my cousins want to do here in the United States, is watch the Minions movie in suits. They keep up with American social media stuff, not me. So they're more in the loop than I am in the country itself.
能多留点时间给我。
No. 18, 23.
行，
I assume some of them are like 12. I mean, it sounds like something a 12-year would do. Watch Minions in a suit.
那我给你看看我们这次的。
I guess clearly Jean means mirror.
跟进吧。
So I think you can essentially call me, I'm a stranger in my own land. Well, yeah. I mean, like, it's very obvious that it's the ridiculous of going to see in fancy attire this movie that is for kids. Although, like, the popularity of Minions among, like, older people is quite strange. Like, there's a very obvious reason why it got popular among Minions.
时光系，
时光系，你怎么在这儿？
在这儿啊。
在这儿。
没有你。
别用你把美的那一条，一条，一条，一条，一条。It's just not something that I would picture in my head as like a national trend. Like, it's, I don't know, it's not even that funny. But I guess that's the internet now. It's things that aren't even that funny.
把妹的那一套来对我。
It's funny because we all think it is. 来对我啊。
晚安。
那这一招，
那这一招怎么样？ Well, yeah, but I mean, that's paradoxically, I mean, it's like, it's so stupid.
招怎么样呢？
什么？对我啊？
那这一招怎么样？
Like, I can picture,
什么？
like, you're just like a normal person. Maybe someone in their 30s, I don't know. And they're just like a normal guy. Maybe he gets home, he watches, I don't know, whatever, I don't know, Star Wars Kenobi or something. I think that came out recently. That normal guy, and, you know, suddenly he's got to meet up with his cousin. His cousin is like 18. So he's going over to his cousin. I mean, I've got friends who had like a similar situation to this. You go over to your cousin or whatever, your cousin's like this young 18-year-old, and all your cousin's doing is talking about like, oh yeah, you know, I love Minions. Let's go see Minions. I got my suit ready. And it's just like, so jarring.
你呀、你运气在。
Like, it's something I'd understand if it was like, you know, amongst friends. Like, if my friends told me, hey, you know, let's go to the movie theater and watch the latest Star Wars or something, but let's do it wearing top hats. That's a funny inside joke I can understand. I'd be down for it. But when it reaches to the level of international is where it's beyond me.
差点没遇到我，你今天连家都不想回。
I mean, I've talked to... See, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's basically it, is like, do people even have friends anymore? Like, I guess, I mean, I'm at an age. I'm not in college anymore. All my friends have like left to other cities. They're following work. Normal American thing. You follow work. I'm currently single. So it's like, at my age, it's just like exceedingly difficult. Oh, I also work online. I work online without any like interaction with other people, more or less. So at like my age, it's just very difficult, especially people who are like maybe even slightly younger than me, but like around my age, to make friends. Like, I'm not entirely certain whether or not people have friends anymore. I mean, when I think of my parents, I don't think of them as people who have friends either. Yeah, somewhat.
已经够倒霉的了，你别再笑我了。就你帮我买的。
算是
送西不送给你的。Yeah, I guess it's sent to her. But yeah, I don't know. Because, like, when I think of my parents are, like, in their 50s. Like, at a certain age, you start to think of, like, people as not having friends. Maybe it's different in Australia, but, like, I don't know. I don't see my parents hanging out with many people. Family, sure, but friends, not that many. Maybe only at work. And that's something that's, like, going away. Is if everyone's working online, I work online, how are you going to have work friends? So I guess, like, the only friends that young people, can truly have when you reach, like, by young people, I guess I should mean, like, people who are out of college or out of school, out of both, is, like, online friends, which is just ludicrous.
是补送给你的生日礼
生日礼物，
物，
防摔的。I mean, I, for one, moved around a lot as a kid. So, you know, looking back at my history, a lot of the friends that I had, like in person, real friends, people, eventually they go away at some point. So the people who I could keep as friends, who I could maintain that relationship with, were people who, I met online. Because it doesn't matter where you go, they'll still be talking to you in the same exact way. Well, if you're like friends with a kid in school, and then you move schools, you're losing like the one thing that like brought you together, put you in common. Like, I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody that I went to high school with in 3 years, I think. 3 years. And I went to high school in like a small town. Yeah. I don't know. It's just something I thought about was like the structure of like society and how it is now is essentially breaking you down into a family unit. You just find like a wife or I guess wife or husband, or I guess these days it's it's like a long-term boyfriend girlfriend. You find them and like you're with them and that's like the person that you interact with. That's like your best friend. And you kind of lose the other ones. They get more distant, you talk to them less. I mean, to me, the way I think about that is that it just seems like it's definitely, compare that to humans at our like core, or not our core, at our earliest in history. We lived in like clans, or not clans, tribes. Clans, I guess, is anthropologically correct too. We lived in small familial units, but like with neighbors. Like if you were born into a tribe back like during the hunter-gathering era, you knew everyone there for the rest of your life. You know, like, only in instances where, like, you split off from the group, which is, like, a big traumatic thing, would you, like, stop. Well, you compare that to, like, our nuclear family. I mean, it depends culture to culture. Some cultures, it's like, oh, yeah, you live with your grandparents, you see your cousins all the time. Other cultures, United States, you definitely do not see your cousins as much. But it's like much more of a divided, like, atomized situation. And it really does, yeah, show how much school unites us. Having, I don't know, it's really good for the development of young people to have more than just family that they see every day, that they're able to interact with and relate to. You got to be properly socialized. And I'm not entirely certain if people are going to be like that going forward. And especially, like, when you get older, you're going to stop. Like, you're going to reach a point where, like, the only person you talk to is your wife, your husband. Or, I mean, I guess it won't ever reach that point where, like, it's the only person you talk to. But it'll be a situation where, like, oh man, I only talk to this person once a week or once a month, like very seldom, very rare. Like it's considered quite strange to have like a lot of friends that you hang out with often when you're like an adult with kids, especially. Maybe you set up play dates, but still it's weird. Like if they live elsewhere, you live elsewhere. See, yeah, I mean that's basically it. It's quite weird. There's not that many places. Like if you were me, I guess you're in a similar situation because you dropped out of school and you're not planning on going to college, and you're not working. I guess you probably still have friends, but like, see, the thing is, like people my age, I go to bars all the time, or I mean, I go to bars often enough to see what the scene is like at them. I don't go to gyms, but I guess I could go to gyms. But, like, I go to bars often enough to know, like, the people who go to them are, like, quite a bit older than me. Bars are not seen as, like, a place for young people, so, like, I'm a little too young to be going to bars, almost. Yeah, that doesn't sound surprising. I mean, it sounds to me like it's like a very typical situation for a lot of people. And it can't be good, like, only interacting with family. Kai shi. 就当是从新开始，开始，是。说的也是呀。 So yeah, I don't know. What do I do? What I usually do is I just walk around like parks or whatever in immigrant areas and talk to foreigners, offer to teach them English, stuff like that. That's what I personally do. But like foreigners are hit or miss. Really, it's kind of hard to find people who are like interested in becoming your friend. You can put in all the effort, and you know they might just decide, well, I'm not really interested. Like me personally, I only have so many people who like text me first. Okay.下了，那就等你生日的时候
等你生日的时候再补给你吧。
再补给。I mean, back in the day, there existed like ethnic neighborhoods, and there's like you know, national associations. Like in a situation where you go to like another country, it can be. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on like your view of alcohol. I view alcohol entirely as a social thing. Like I only ever drink when it's among friends, among people. I don't drink alone. It is like it's like it turns something more into an event than it would have been if it was just like a sober thing. But I don't know. I guess people don't like being bored. People are very annoyed by boredom. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess it's people who've got issues in their life and they just got nothing else going on, and I don't know. Young people don't seem to drink as much as they used to, so I guess they cope in other ways. Young people also don't smoke. 请我吃饭吧，babe. I feel sad though, because my stats are going to be terrible for today. These young Well, yeah, but vaping is going to be illegal soon. You're not going to, no kid's going to be allowed to vape. We're going to ban it. Vaping gives you like toxic metals or something in your lungs. Or I don't know, microplastics. Maybe vaping gives you microplastics. Or maybe vaping is not. I don't know what the latest things that people worry about are. I think microplastics is something that people worry about now. Used to be lead, now it's microplastics. I'm sure plastics are fine though, because it's made of carbon. You know, carbon can't be bad. I guess CO2 is made of carbon also. But it's organic. Organic plastic.就要贵的，客人贵双。那个明天早上10点，我们在吃东西。 I guess I'm not immune from the criticism of antisocial behavior in modern day societies, because oftentimes I get the feeling like, oh, I should, it's really too much to be bothered to like keep up with all these different people. Maybe I should like cut out people that are just not really my friends from my life, like some person I talked to over the internet a year ago. Maybe I should just unfriend them. Try to simplify things. Definitely the options of blocking people or other things or talking to people over the internet in general, I guess, is very, very strange. Parasocial. I think parasocial is probably the correct word for that. 在忘了啊。好了，把所有这些都对好了。
所有细节都对好了，然
后再发到城里。It's kind of hard to exactly state. It's like, what is your relation to people? Like how good of friends you are. Like even in situations in real life or in school or whatever. Yeah, I can speak Japanese. Are you looking for someone to translate something in Japanese? Oh, you mean this? Are you talking about these pandas? Like this is a Chinese meme. Like this is like a meme in China. It's like an extremely popular meme in China. Like they've got their own memes. Like also this, like this, like they have like their specific kind of meme culture that they have there. A very well developed and separate from like Western meme culture, I guess. Kya? Yeah, it's a single syllable. You don't go like k ya, or you don't go ki ya. You go kya. Like it's not like two separate like ki ya. Yeah. I don't know if there's even better way to. I guess I fully described it as best I can. Woman swore. I think to try to be more specific, the ya that like the ya after the ki, it's kind of like it adds an aspirant character to the sound. I haven't looked at the linguistics myself, but I think that's like what happens when you add in the ya. It tries to like make ka but more aspirant, or I guess that would be like a glide, like a ya glide, like kya 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 kya. So if it's diju dewa, it would be 5 syllables, right? I mean, I think the thing is like you can't think of Japanese in terms of syllables, because syllables doesn't really work within the language itself. You think of it more in terms of what the hell do they call it? Codas? But like the equivalent Japanese term, like chi q would be, chi q. But it's like a long vowel, so that's that's two what the hell do they call those things? It's not rhyme, is it? Because they call it something separate. I believe they call it something besides syllables. Mora. Mora. They're called Mora in Japanese. No, I can read that perfectly fine. I can read Japanese. Or I guess you're trying to break it out. No, it's broken out into Mora. So in Japanese, the language is broken out into Mora. So I guess you can probably read this Wikipedia article and it'll probably do a better... I guess you can read this Wikipedia article and it'll probably do a better job of explaining it to you than I could off the cuff here. But Japanese as a language is a Mora-based language. So they don't think of it in terms of syllables. They think of it as like Mora. And each Mora kind of is like unrelated to what a syllable would be in the same thing. But like a Mora is like a it's you know, as it says here, it's time based. It's based off of how long what you're saying is said. So like if you're trying to like write a haiku, when you're writing a haiku, you're not really trying to like get the right amount of, or I guess a tanka. If you're trying to write a tanka, it's not really that you're trying to get like the right amount of syllables, like potato, you know. You're trying to get like the amount of time you're spending on like each specific passage to be right. So like if you're talking about a haiku, you know, so if we're pulling up this haiku here, kaki gori. So kaki gori. So you can see kaki gori, and then kyaku yoroko basu. So like it's basically you're trying to like get whenever you're making this haiku, it's like the specific amount of time spent saying each phonological unit. So like this one's like a short, long, short. It's more like how it's. But I'm no expert in poetry. That's beyond me. Tenko mori, tenko mori, tenko mori. Kaki gori, tenko mori. Kaki gori. So, this would be seen as the same as this in length. Kyaku yorokobasu. Kyaku yorokobasu. China. Ibia.
确认一遍。行，你说。
你说的那些. If you're trying to make a tanka, I guess like the best thing you can do is just like copy what other people have made. Like especially if you're not a native speaker of a language, it's kind of difficult in order to make like artistically sounded stuff that is like correct. It might be easier for you to like find a native speaker to even correct what you're trying to write. But like if you don't have a very solid understanding of the language, you're going to find it like difficult to express the correct meaning you're trying to get across. Who's even forcing you to do this? Does someone have you at gunpoint here?已经说好了，我跟外良都已经说好了。I feel like forcing students, like you never see that happen in English. Like how many like non-native English speakers do you see get like forced to write poems? It's very weird to me. Not even that, but then like you criticize the poem and you say like, oh man, this poem's just like the imagery is all off, it's terrible. Like I feel I mean, assuming this is like a school project to like help you learn Japanese, right? Like, I don't see the point of helping you learn Japanese by like writing poems. Sorry. 明天一定要小友啊. Like, how could you even like try to write a poem without like having a good like literary knowledge? Like, without having read any like Japanese books, like full-on books? Like, I don't know if you've ever like read any Japanese books, but like there are like specific words that are like, more. I mean, it exists in English too. This concept exists in English too. Really? It seems a bit much. Plus, it's something that you could easily like fake. Like, a poem is short. You could easily like ask a native speaker to just write a poem, and also, like, how does it really prove? Like, you could just like, I don't know. They have stuff like you could just go to like Jisho. Fucking Windows keyboard hates. I hate this. You just go in here and like type whatever you're looking for, like first love, Renai, I think, or puppy love. Hatsukoi. Sorry, I was thinking in Chinese. In Chinese, it'd probably be Renai. Hatsukoi. Hatsukoi. Like, you could just, like, go in here, find, like, some, like, challenging... Find, like, words. I mean, obviously, this, like, gives you a nice list of words, and you can see, like, oh, Hatsukoi. That'll be the word I use. Kanojo wa shunu made Hatsukoi no koto wasurezu ni ita. That's a funny sentence. But yeah, no, I mean, like, you could very obviously just like fake your way through a poem. Like, I don't know, look for any like, I don't know. I'm not very great at writing poems, but I guess like that would look stupid in a poem. I wouldn't use any of these for a poem. I'd have to think about it. I'm not the best at writing poetry. It's just very strange to me.
明天一定要加油啊！好好。
If I was a teacher, I would never give my student the job of writing poetry. I would give him like, I would tell him like, write a story about yourself. 说好心你去放的。
你吃饭呢？一直在忙。
一直在忙中国上的事。没事啊。God, I'm trying to imagine how terrible. I mean, yeah, it's curriculum. It's just like, what is the point? I can't see, like, you obviously when you learn Spanish in school or whatever. I guess in Australia they teach you Spanish. That's my guess. But like, when they give you instructions to like try to use the language, they tell you like, oh, write a story about yourself. They don't say like, write in iambic pentameter. Try to make a poem. Like, poetry seems far above the grading of somebody who's like not good at a language. What do they make you learn? French? I can't really imagine. I don't even know what languages would be useful for an Australian as a second language. Do they make you learn like Aboriginal languages? That'd be pretty funny. Japanese. That's quite strange. French or German? Are there even that many Germans or German immigrants to Australia? Or French, for that matter?
没小的，赶紧
更西方。
吃饭吧。啊，今天的
今天的事还是谢谢你。
事儿还是谢谢你。
See, because I think the thing is, in America, you're required to learn Spanish most of the time. I guess you can, sometimes you get the options of German. And the thing is that, like, we live next to a Spanish-speaking country. And, you know, we have a fairly large percentage of Spanish-speaking, you know, immigrants. So it makes sense. While, like, Australia doesn't have that many Japanese people. Like, I guess more than average, but just not that extremely high number. And, like, I can't imagine that Australia has, like, a huge German or French ancestry or immigrant group. Like, it seems strange to even try to pick a language for the Australians to learn. Like, it's very obvious that... I mean, obviously, they'd never make Australians learn Indonesian or Malaysian. Those are just not languages that you'd learn outside of those countries. So I guess, like, it's either Chinese or Japanese would make the most sense in my head. But Australia is a European country in culture, so I guess gotta learn French and German.
这事儿呢，还是老规矩。
See, that's the thing. When you bring it up into terms like that, it just, practically speaking, you know, how many French or German people will you ever meet in your life if you're in Australia? Like, what's the nearest French-speaking country? It's so far away. Nearest... Well, yeah. I mean, it's rare, but I feel like it would make more sense. I guess the problem is that there's just there's no, like, one Aboriginal language you can, like, learn. There's no, like, national language to pick. But it would make more sense because, one, like, Australians, probably similar to many other countries, feels bad about being a settler state. Feel bad about, like, the getting rid of... Yeah. No, I mean, they even have that issue in Ireland. Ireland has trouble teaching people native language. But, like, imagine this. You're like a French guy, or you're a German guy. Or I guess usually they're women. Usually language teachers are women. But you have, like, a French or German woman, and she goes to Australia to teach German. It's just weird.
老板，
来阳光起来。Like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Australia didn't have foreign language. Probably.
来两罐可乐。
您的冰可乐。
您的冰可乐。冰。
你戒酒了？
你戒酒。See, I'm of the mind that, like, the languages that you should learn, I don't know, like, practically speaking, when it comes to, like, government policy or whatever, take, yeah, I guess that could make sense. Maybe, I don't know what the Australian relation to, Europe is, per se, when it comes to visa. But I could picture Australians perhaps moving to France or Germany, especially if they like learn some of the language and they go like, oh, you know, I want to go to some other country, visit, see what it's like in those places. I'll move there. But like the countries that Australia has like the best relations to are Commonwealth countries, and those countries speak English. Like I would guess that Australians go to the UK and Canada, maybe South Africa, possibly America, although I've never met an Australian here. Also, I imagine since there's like a large amount of Taiwanese people in Australia, not as many as Chinese, but quite a lot. And I guess there's China too, but China doesn't have a good visa relation with Australia. It might make more sense to teach Chinese because it's nearby. You know, it's a place that some Australians presumably would like to go visit. Japan too, although there's just not that many Japanese people in Australia. Australia in particular is just in this weird situation. Like, out of all the countries in the world where you just probably don't need to learn any other language but English, Australia might be a good one. Well, I mean, historically, Australia shouldn't have a good relation with any Asian country. You know, White Australia ended in, like, what, 1977? Australia is also, like, the singular reason why the Anglo-Japanese alliance ended. I mean, not the singular reason, but like one of the bigger reasons why the UK and Japan became enemies after World War One.笑什么笑？幸灾烈火。Also seems like Japan has very good relations with everyone these days. Or I guess not everyone. They're very lukewarm with Korea and China, but, you know, there's very few countries that hate Japan these days. Non-air Gaussian. It's also not like Japan secretly snuck attack your guys' Hawaii. Yeah. Something that's interesting to me is that, like, when people look at Japanese culture, some people are very into, like, Japanese medieval, you know, samurai stuff. Or I guess you could also include Japanese martial arts into that, but, like, you know, Japanese history is seen as, like, you know, these warriors fighting each other, and, yeah, they're very honorable or whatever. Feudal. But, like, there's no, like, Chinese equivalent within Western perception. Even though China's got like even longer warrior culture history comparatively. And, you know, if you're looking at Chinese native media, obviously they like watch tons of medieval stuff. They love their history. But that just hasn't translated outside. Fashion buyer. Fashion. What?
会用吗？
会用吗？
手机有什么不会？
那它最新
功能，功能。
新功能你知道吗？
你知道吗？最新的功能。
新功能。
填这个
用这个都不知道。
好，还说自己会。
还说 CZG。
首先，
Ancient history essay in Japan and kept finding China had more in-depth history. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's easier if you know Japanese to find like the Japanese historical documents, but like China is just like, I guess they've got like a deep, complex history. It's like, I don't know. It's like if you go and look at something and you could probably like find very detailed accords of like the English Civil War or French the 100 Years' War, things of that sort. Like China's much larger. It's a whole civilization upon itself. It had much more going on. So
首先得点开。
It's really more or less for political reasons that China is not like much more loved culture-wise. Like there's definitely like places, avenues that you could see like Westerners loving. I don't know, Japanese people love being samurais themselves. It's you know, it's something cool. It's like in the same essence of an Australian like acting real, you know, Dundee or real outback, whatever they call it when Australians act very Australian. Talk up their Australianness, even though like they live in Sydney and they've never left the city. Thing is, though, is that the image of a samurai is a modern invention within Japan. It was essentially invented in 1905. due to,
相册给人
well, it'd be difficult to go into much detail right now in the moment, but essentially, Japan tried to sell itself to Westerners. It was basically like one singular guy who was like a Japanese Christian, which is very rare. But he like also went to America often or something, and he like wrote a book on like Japanese culture and the samurai code and stuff like that. And upon hearing that that's like how Americans think of them, Japanese sort of like attune themselves to be more in line with the foreign view of themselves. It's interesting. Does it mean brush? Stroke. Checklist. Baby. Stinky baby. Farty baby. Little farty baby.
花头那儿
你怎么又动手又动脚的啊？
什么？皮痒了？
Young.
多是地点啊，我们今天
We today.
得好好庆。
Chingsu. Celebration.
庆祝一下。
庆祝什么呀？
庆祝什么啥？
就是庆祝。啊，这个也
长。Eat. Or, I guess that's a feast. Consume.
别穿了。
哎哎哎，够了啊！
Cool.
多吃
多吃一点。
点。
多吃一点。工作什么幸福 is that? It's not spicy. Spicy. Can't be spicy. What is it? Hard work. Exhausting.
辛苦了这么晚来。再打电话。
Phone call.
说是给。
说是给你的吗? Did I say this is yours?
快你。
放门口就行了。Hong Kong, Hong Kong, Hong Kong. Delivery. Delivery room front door from Bill.
你放门口就行了。这给你了。
Insolence.
懒的。我去。
I go.
别
I'm
走失啊。
away. Yeah, it's you know how it is. More ability to focus means you get more done. Ow, my wrist. Wonder if I'm going to develop carpal tunnel. It's animal food. 光熙哥哥。嗨。好久不见。Long time no see. 哥哥还记得我吗？
记得我吗？
You still aware who I am? You are. Is one thing. I'm gonna have to go shave soon. Don't touch.
再一些提示。
That. Middle entrance.
校门口所有人都等着
Enter me.
我，人见人
See person, see person, love person. Person, see person, love.
人爱花就
Flower, see flower, start.
花开的。哥哥弟，
Good DC. 给我当下小小。It's obviously family of some sort, but is it like family homeschool?
第一次给我当家教，一见到我
见到我就爽。阳光港的 One seat towards me for I rum light.
就双眼放光的。因为是
Cause many school and physics. Oh, that's number school, not many school. Number school, math and physics.
数学和物理怎么都学。
I all study not able.
不会，差点把
Difference is you
把你气过去了的。
下
把你气过去了的。
下
Xia summer.
小棉，
Xiao mian.
我就知
就是到姐姐
道这个不会忘
不会忘了我。
我。
你怎么知道我？
Why you understand my place here, residence here?
住这儿，你知道我有什么？
You want me have what thing?
是吗？
哦，就是这，我连
Very strange upset to the plot. I always feel like this word means march, but I'm not entirely certain. Community. School. Could be university. Middle school? I guess obviously with it would be middle school.
考问题考了，这个考不上，待在
英国研 Jineng Si Wang. Going to England. Wash China.
在英国也只能洗碗了，就只能
will return to the country.
回国了。
Not as listening.
我一打听，我想
You also return to the country. That is true. He did return to the country like a couple of days ago or something, maybe a week.
还有比这更巧的事情吗？哥哥，
For residents, this
你就住这儿啊？看起来挺好。
start taking a look.
好的嘛，我有点渴。
Have a bit of what? Have a bit of thirst.
渴了，我想喝果汁。
I want drink juice. Fruit juice. Or maybe all juice is fruit juice.
都是那种。
Yellow. Yeah, yellow hair. What kind of hair? Hmm.
知道欣赏，不知道什么。
Dongfang.
那叫做东方美，居然
Look to what? Look to circle.
是不是点太圆，太小？
Face. Appearance. Face too small. One thing or two. Too short. Too
太 low 了，当不了了。模特，他们懂。哇，我光。光是用一张面膜，我就够。容光焕发，你等。1000万人，而且我的粉丝都说了，我在乎。在 vlog 上随便录。
pucker up.
就能做明星当女。团转大起来。
花园还有什么？
Send upstairs.
多少人啊？你别
You don't talk crazy.
乱说话，我们哪一个呢？让他们赶紧去。那个，小明啊，你这样，跑进来我们住的地方，我们也没有那么。 那么熟，松一点。归有一点不方便吧？
会啊，很方便的。
你要是没有钱住酒店，我 先借给我。
小仙女，你怎么能住酒店呢？
You find it? No?
你刚刚跑进来的时候，没有。
It's okay. Is that in the net? No.
没有发现这个屋其实
You got it?
住了2个大男人吗？女孩子。在外还是要。
Yeah, I don't need. That's okay.
懂得保护自己，是的吧？
没关系，哥哥，我相信你一定会保护。忙我的。要不这样，你就让我住7天。
哇
7天，
我1周。
1周，不是7天吗？
那要不这样，我。尽快出去打工，我好歹也是。 是个网红，赚钱很。很快的，我只要赚到。到钱我就立马。立马搬出去，绝对。对不打扰你们。你看我。一个女孩子住在上海姑姑。林地没有人照顾我。多不安全，多危险啊，是吧？
真的是太危险了！你一个小姑娘在上海怎么能出？不去住呢？对呀，我决定了，就住这儿了。
叔叔，你说的对。
太可。 叔啊，
叔叔，这个面膜送给你，永葆。
Singing I love rock and roll, when I'm true suck, baby, I love rock and roll.
青春。
好，敷面膜。
还好你来了，否则。这些都浪费了，小可。这是早晨啊，匆匆忙。忙忙去上班，饭都没吃，还说怕。怕堵车，你说这。这周末的还加班。
Really nice.
看多辛苦。这老头。
就是说出。处理都觉得挺开。哎，说是今天给奶。明星拍照片是吧？哎呀，跟明。明星工作好啊，吃吧。好，喝的好，去的地方，地方都不是一般人。能去啊，洋气。啊，昨天啊，我跟车队老。我一说，好，说求着。这咱们女儿，给她。女儿要签名了，哈哈哈！
你呀，开场。
Not straight.
应啊！哎呦，来不及。行，你陪你妈。吃啊，我。
你要去干嘛？啊？
快这么多个。干嘛呢？啊。你陪你妈走。坐会儿啊。
说出来，肯定给你。那些老哥们儿去吹。给你了，收下了。
吃吧。好吧。
路上。
上有点堵，所以提前。走了，你的新衣服。收到了。
好了。不玩手机了。
好。谢谢妈。 个东西放上去一下。
过去打个招呼，帮我看。好，没问题。放心，好。子晨，你好，我是。SC 这次负责拍摄的鱼。我给你。买了点冰咖啡。
听说你给我介。经纪人送了很多。助眠产品，给我。咖啡。怎么？经纪人要睡觉，我就不能睡觉了。
当然。不是这个意思了，或者。你想喝点什么？我可以马上开车给你去买。
算了。赶紧拍吧，早开走。早收工。
申姐，这花放哪儿啊？
看一下。 我们把前景的。
我检查一下有没有坏。
我们把前景的花都换成假的。假花后景可以用。
Across the universe divide.
这样效果会。有打折的，一颗姐。艺人应该。
今天学习的词语是应该，应该的发音是应该，应该有一种适应助动词，表示理所当然，应该爱护公共财产。为了大伙儿的事，我多受点累也是应该的。应该的记忆词有理当、该当、应当。
他对花有点过敏，要照顾。 加工一下，应该没什么问题。好，我明白。我去处理。好，去走。
我们这边。 做一下流程，你看一下。
老大。大车成功，一流。
病了，我心疼。
I miss you.
疼你。
看来这。这次瞒不住了，不如我们公。公开吧，我不想当。咱们见面每次都像小。偷一样躲躲闪闪。
喂，我知道了，来解决吧。我刚就在里边了，你们不用。不紧张，我是来帮忙解决问题的。
你会这么好？行，
这是我手上。的项目，我一定要。要把损失降到最低。但我有一个 陈先处理。去，你就躲着。来这里，万一被人。 人发现的话，你就说。自己是工作人员啊。
可是，我们俩出去不撞了？ 会传绯闻吗？
我们俩之间没有任何的联系，而且现场。 还有视频可以证明。因为我们是工作关系，但如果是你。 你们俩出去的话，这后果。后果你们也可想而知。
谢谢你。
行了，别说谢谢了，来，赶紧。躲好吧。你要什么？ 你要什么？闷的话，自己把箱。箱子打开一点啊。 走吧。
员。大老板。打电话过来找你，语气不太好，我接下。来了。
喂，老大。
怎么样？上海。大案子办得如何呀？
好，您放心。你说哪个？
Well, that's enough for today. Let me fix this first. Xiangxing Suiyu. Rumor. Making fun of. Okay.